what is happening? Anyway, so you could open a page, you just post photos without a checkout feature where someone could buy. Even now, I don't think that feature has arrived unless it is on Instagram. I don't know whether it continues or not, where you can just check out, buy, as opposed to DMing. Hit DM for prices. People hate that. Then later on moved to starting a fintech called Besha. I know Besha, which was intention was it to be a personal finance manager. So it had this is pre M-Pesa. So it had, you could track your spending, you could budget, you could save as a group, as an individual. So yeah, it was quite, actually, amongst all my products, that was, the one that I am even attached today. So it was really good, in my opinion. Then later on, Duka Plus. Duka Plus was a point of sale system where small retailers could just manage their businesses. For example, stock management, inventory, tracking, management, etc. So that was Duka Plus. Yes, Duka Plus. The latest, the new kid on the block is called Kuza Plus. Kuza Plus is an affiliate marketing platform where basically we connect micro influencers, mostly on TikTok and Instagram, with small businesses that rely on product reviews. So for example, you are a micro influencer and he is a business owner. So you do tech reviews, mobile, MKHB style. And so you would like to earn something out of your profession of doing content around products. So he comes, uploads items, then you promote. If someone buys through your link, you get a commission. So basically that's Kuza Plus as we know it today. The reason I'm saying as we know it is because products change. Over time, feedback comes in, things change. It is not set on stone, all right? So that is my background. Now, I would like to understand your motivation for coming to this class. Maybe I'll just randomly pick. See, ladies are there. Ladies are there. Randomly, brother from another mother. I think I'm more interested in learning than talking. Okay, interesting. The ones that I have had, the ones that are not. Yes, why product management? Did you hear that it pays well?
No, I have a passion of creativity. So it's somewhere that I'm now trying to venture.
Interesting. Okay. I think I have done gender balance. It was out. I should do other two. Anyways, all right. Interesting. So yeah, there is a surge. Is it a surge? Is it a what? Management, the history is that it started in the US, then it got famous in Japan when companies that were building cars, Toyotas. So they needed like someone who will understand the tech side and the business side of things. So for example, how it used to work is you had the engineers and you had the salespeople. So basically that's how it used to work. But it seems like the feedback that was being gotten from by the salespeople wasn't being translated into actionable points to the engineers, because the engineers were obsessed with, tech. The tech was the automotive tech, so they needed someone in between who understands both sides and can speak, can translate. For those who attend church, you understand that in those Geshaki churches, there's a translator from the mother tongue to Swahili or English, and vice versa. So that's why that is where this product management career or role came about. So where do you think? Oh, by the way, this session will be very interactive. I will be just randomly calling out people. Yes. So Karab. So where do good ideas come from? We will pose this as a question. Anyone who? Yes. Where do good ideas? Where do that inspirational moment, that bulb? Where do you think? What happens
when opportunity and challenges?
Okay. Yes.
Could be something that you're struggling with.
Mhm.
And you think that people that you feel struggling with the business.
You decide to solve that.
Yourself.
Okay. Karibuni. Anyone else? Yes. Hobbies, yes. Else? Good. So I have a quote of my own. Good ideas come from anywhere. Yes, anywhere. Even your shoshu can tell you something, and you're like, oh, interesting. But great ideas or the best ideas come from combination of other ideas. So, who knows the story of Henry Ford and why he is famous? Henry Ford. Henry Ford.
We developed the notion or the concept of having a thing,
And where did he get that idea from?
from one of the industries in Europe. Was myself. I was doing that in the late North.
He got it from a butcher. Yes. Henry Ford got that idea of an assembly line from observing butchers. So, yeah, I know. So, you see, I don't know, can we say, no, slaughterhouses, not butchery, slaughterhouses. So, there's where the animal is killed, it's where the animal is skinned, is where the carcass is partitioned into different meats. The whatever, the legs, the arms, ribs, etc. etc. So that's where he got that idea from. The greatest, maybe before Elon Musk, the greatest person, entrepreneur who has built an automotive company is Henry Ford, and he got an idea, and he got famous from that idea by observing a slaughterhouse. And let me do this very fast. The inventor of Bitcoin. Nakamoto. Who thinks Satoshi Nakamoto is a genius? Everyone, come on, guys. It's quick, don't be like that. And who thinks, or have you ever thought that this guy came with the idea from like his just genius brain? Anyone who has ever thought about that? Okay. Can we see something? Let us see something. So this is the famous white paper that he wrote. This is the famous white paper. But I want you to see what is there. Even geniuses do what? Borrow. These are references from other people who have tried to create a similar solution or have been talking about coming up with a solution to the problem that was. So, and some some links actually work. So this is an anarchist, by the way. I went through this. So yeah, you can read it on your own, but so he was quoting anarchist. And we can all guess why the government was opposing Bitcoin initially. So yeah, even geniuses learn from other people. All right. Right. Now, we have been sold a narrative by the media, TV, movies, hacking movies, especially movies about entrepreneurs, movies about geniuses, series. See that how you build a product is by having an idea, developing the product, and you launch, and you succeed like a teet, you know, to succeed like no one's business. This is how it is portrayed. Okay. But we all know, okay, I am assuming we all know we have tried to start anything, whether a business, a side hustle, even the normal day living, things don't work out in a linear trajectory. Ups and downs. So in the real world of product management, this is how idea goes to execution. You start with having an idea, but let's explore. Where did you get this idea from? Just a moment. And we explored and we saw that ideas come from maybe you have a problem, you find a solution for it. So there are two ways where I don't know how to put it. People approach product development. One, and I wish I had time I could have shown you. Well, the most famous or the most basic is you have a problem, you start looking for a solution, then you start looking for other people like you who have the same problem. Okay, so that is the most common. Then there is another approach. Who built? There's a company in the US that does delivery. Its logo has a red. We have a red logo. Remember, but the approach was, we want to solve problems that a particular group of people have. And the group of people that they targeted were restaurant owners. So they did not start with a problem. They didn't know any problem. They started with a group. So they went to the group, they asked them, okay, they talked to them, you hear this phrase, talk to your users, talk to users. You know, I usually say they are not your users yet. Just talk to people, talk to a group of people. Just hear them out, understand them. People like sharing, without them knowing, sharing their problems. So you can look whether that problem can be solved by a product. Some problems cannot be solved by a product. Some problems are for God only to solve. But yeah, I'm trying to remember that company.
Deliver.
No. Yes? No. They do restaurant deliveries. Yes, DoorDash. DoorDash. Yes, this one. This is the one. This is the one. So yes, DoorDash. DoorDash, the founders, when you watch their video on YouTube, they tell you of how they approached the market. And their strategy was look for a group of people or a group of businesses, talk to them, understand what the problems they have, then try to solve them. Okay? So with that being said, let's move from step one to the various steps. So one, again, good ideas or ideas come from our personal experiences, or you approach a group, then you start to ask them, you know, what problem do they have, then you start ideating. Ideating means you start thinking, so how do I solve this problem? I had the phrase, again, Henry Ford, is it? That said, if I was to ask people what they wanted, they would have said, they want faster horses. So should you listen to what people want? But they wanted faster horses. So how do you approach that? Okay, we will fix that. It's an innovation conundrum. Don't worry, we will discuss that. We'll go on. So yes, idea generation. Now the next step is to validate. What is validation? A lot of English, but in simple terms, is you assume there are people with the same problem that you have using method one. And so you have to go to the market. When I say market, I mean just talking to people and making sure that they actually have the same problem that you have. Why? Why are you doing that? You can build a product and you find yourself the only users that you have is one, and that user is you. Yet you've spent a lot of your money and you have done marketing and you have controlled all the way. So there's another technology there. It's called prototyping. Prototyping is basically coming up with it's like for an example. How do I put this? Oh, by the way, we are specifically talking about digital products. Forgot. There are different types of products. Is the digital products, for example, Chrome is a digital product. It's a web browser. This is not a digital product. This is a physical product. It's a screen. It's a TV, television. Yes, this is a physical product. There's other products, for example, insurance policies. Some consider things like intellectual property or intangible assets like title deeds as products. Again, depends who you're asking. So now, today we are narrowing down to digital products. So when you are validating a digital product, you come up with prototypes. You do what we call mock-ups and or wireframing. Wireframing is like creating a skeleton. I want us to Google together, okay? So that you can see that what I'm saying exists visually. You can always counter check. So wireframes look like so. So it's like a representation of your product, basically. You don't add images, it's very familiar. This is very familiar, correct? It's a e-commerce checkout page. Let me see if I can zoom. I'm taking screenshot. Okay. Good. So as you can see, whoever did this was like, before I build everything or anything, let me come up with a wireframe, take it to the user, show them, and see if this will help, will solve their problem. So this is the wireframe. This is how it looks like. There are different kinds of prototyping. So you have your wireframes, then you have your mockups. Mockups are more, they have more meat. You can see some have come up with mockups of physical. So instead, before you start printing on physical items, you come up with a mockup. You come up with a mockup of how it will look like, basically. Okay. Okay. Now, so that's how you validate. First, you talk to the group of people that you think have a problem. For example, how DoorDash did, they approached restaurant owners and they asked them, okay, so what problems do you have on a daily basis? Then they said, we have an issue with delivering food to our clients. So we cannot afford to have like a Ndubi guy or like someone who does delivery. It's either we buy for them a bike, or and we cannot maintain their salaries because we are a restaurant business. We are not anything else. So it was up to DoorDash now to come up with a solution. So what the restaurant owners did was to give DoorDash, the founders, this is my problem. Yeah, that's where I am. So yes, the group of restaurant owners. Next, DoorDash went, ideated, came up with a solution, went back to the restaurant owners. So will this help? Again, will this help? Uh, will this help? Again, it's not the same thing, but you get the point. Will this help? Check it out, play around with it. Will this help? Then again, back and forth. You have a back and forth. And development and iteration. Once you consider, once you get your feedback from the different users that you want to develop the product for, you start developing. You start developing an MVP. Anyone who knows the definition of an MVP? I know you know. Yes. Don't worry. It disappears. Yes. Minimum viable product. And I know you have seen that meme. What MVP is what I know you have seen. Yes, I know you have seen this meme. Is what is an MVP, and then there's what is not an MVP. Okay. I know you have seen this. Okay. Let's take 2 seconds to just watch and meditate. But you get the point. The point is not to come up with components that will eventually build whatever you think they need. No, it is the functionality, movement. Remember that quote I was telling you about for Henry Ford? He would have asked people, they would have said they want faster horses. Basically, what the people knew was from moving from point A to point B. I've been using horses. My parents have been using horses. So what do I want? A faster horse. But it doesn't necessarily mean that now you start, you come up with a steroids medicine to give horses so that they run faster. It means it could be another innovation product that will move people from point A to B. So if you compare a horse and say a car, the locomotive as they called it, the advantages of a locomotive was you could carry people, you could carry yourself and other people. Of course, there were horse carriages, and horses could do that thing in the streets. Actually, if you read, is it 18th century? The streets were littered with urine and horse crap, to the point where that's where I think perfumes were invented or something. because it was too smelly. They hadn't come up with a good sanitation system, both for humans and for horses. So again, you get the point. It is not for the components. It's not about the components. It's about functionality. Okay. Right. So you develop a bicycle, take it back. They tell you, no, this one is slow. I needed to carry my luggages. You had a, you know, you created a mountain bike. It told you, no, I want to carry whatever I need to carry. You add that. Now it becomes a blackie. You know blackies? The ones, okay. So before the mountain bike was famous in Kenya, there used to be this bicycle that even today is used to carry bread, and they deliver also milk. So, a bicycle with a carriage at the back. And now the do this are all over. Okay. So you take the bike, they tell you A, B, C, and D. Okay, you say, okay, sour. Go back, you create a bicycle, a motorbike, because it is faster and it can carry more load. Okay. Then you go back. They tell you, okay, oh, and by the way, they have started paying for your product at this point. Even if they have not started paying for your product at this point, at least this is a physical product, so they have to start paying. If it is a digital product, you can give them a trial period to see whether whatever you built will solve their problems. Then you improve, it's more faster, can carry more people, it can carry extra people. Today we can see do this can carry up to 4 people. I mean, and it also can carry different things. We move to the car, a boot, expensive, yes, but it can do more. Then we go to the lorry that can carry a lot. Again, what was the problem? Maybe the problem was I need to carry things. I need to move items from point A to point B. Not necessarily movement for myself, but transportation of items. I know you are wondering, what is he pointing at? Don't worry. Anyway. So yeah, that is basically it. Then over the years, you do iterations. Iteration means you improve on what you have built. Continuous improvement. Again, this is how it works. You continuously improve. The same way a child is not born and taken to class 8. He is allowed to play, grow teeth, learn how to talk, learn language, learn non-verbal communication, etc. until class 1, class 2, until class 8. But we don't see umwani to class 8. So the same principle applies. Things don't just happen. It's a gradual growth of things. The same as companies. I wish I could show you how Google used to look like in its initial stages. So yes, iterations. And also don't forget, things do change. Market trends happen. Who remembers Safaricom saying we are the what they changed their motto? We are the smartphone network. Why smartphone network? What happened? The smartphone got into the market. It's no longer, well, feature phones are there, but they are looking at what is happening right now. What devices are people using? So they are transitioning into Kenyan Google. Then launch and market entry. Now, the reason it is I have written launch is because sometimes you can launch prematurely. You've never tested your product with anyone, even your friends. They have never seen your product, but you've launched. And you have spent like maybe 100K. Again, I'm being conservative. You've spent a lot of money with billboards, with whatever, and launched and made a buzz and everything. Yet you've never tested your product. That's why it is important to develop mostly iteration. Test. Get feedback from your users. Yes, this feature works. This doesn't make sense. Then now, finally, you can launch and start fighting with the big boys because you know what this product makes sense. People love it. People like it. People are using it. So now, what is product management? I've just given you a brief introduction of how a product is built. But now there's context. When I say context, I mean a product is built by a lot of people. So on my side, I am biased on the entrepreneurship side. I'm mostly an entrepreneur who doubles as a product manager. Okay, and anyone who has tried to start something, you'll realize product management is actually like a functionality inside whatever a startup founder does. Okay, especially if you are the one in charge of talking to users, not really the CTO, maybe the chief product officer or head of product or anyone who is people say the business person. So the business guys. So you know the two people, everyone, a lot of people say they need to start a business. So the techie and the Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs. So the Steve Jobs, mostly you'll find he's mostly concerned about the sweet things, the interaction, the usability of a product, etc. And that's why he was very good at design and used to attend design conferences back in the 70s, I think, and 60s. So now in regards to product management, what is it? Basically, you will be in charge of developing new products, working with teams, and translating what you've gotten from your users to your team members. So, how many devs do we have in the house? Don't be shy. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many people have dealt with the devs in the house? Perfect. Even a dev has dealt with a dev. It is said, I don't know whether it is true or not. A dev is very, they are a different breed of humans. See her nodding. Because and to their defense, just want to code. What they are dealing with is not human, it is machine language, and they need to, you need to speak their language. Do you tell them, for me, a vague, you can give them a very vague statement. Build for me a social. Let's go before even Facebook was invented. If you could approach a dev and tell them, build for me a social media app, you would wonder, what does a social media app mean? What do you mean? You have to translate whatever you've gotten from your users into actionable points for your devs, and also yes. So again, it depends with the company. So there are companies that have marketing departments, sales, research and development, business analysts. If you find yourself as a product manager, you are in a company with, by the way, I think you've seen this very famous diagram where a product manager is between business, users, design, and tech. Well, there's another one that says a product manager or management is between business, UX, and technology. Same concept, different terminology. Yeah? So maybe let me try to explain using this diagram. So as a product manager, it is very prudent that you understand business. Yes, you have identified a problem. Yes, you have validated that those people that you've talked to have a problem. Okay. So how will you make ends meet after coming up with that product? You need to know how to monetize. You need to ask them, are they willing to pay? Or not really directly, or just figure out a way to understand what amount of money they give you in exchange with to your solution. The next one is, again, talking to your users. So this I have touched on. Then tech. Now, this is a caveat, not a caveat, sorry. This is an observation I've seen in the market. And I'm not saying that you should give up in your dreams of not being a product manager, but it is very prudent that you understand how tech works, or whatever technology that you want to work with, how it works. You need to understand, like, the coding part. No, just understand, how does it work? How does Bluetooth work? How does Wi-Fi work? You know, so Wi-Fi works like this. You open your Wi-Fi on your device, then it pairs with the router, then that's how you access network, because Wi-Fi is a wireless network. So what is a network? Go like that. Just learn the terminologies, learn them. Learn how, okay, that is Bluetooth. If you're a product manager in, maybe, say, Tesla, how does Akawa, literally, how does it work? Remember? Yes. Hi. Are you in Coco? Are you from Coco? So, who knows what Coco does? Wewe wacheni bana. Cocoa. No. Is it double cocoa cookers? Now you know? Yes? So, these are cocoa cookers. They use, clarify? By ethanol fuel. It is not paraffin, it is not gas. It is something in between. Well, not literally in between, but it is another different form of, can we say, fuel? Yes, energy source. So, if you are a product manager in cocoa, which I assume you are, to some extent you need to understand how flammable that fuel is. Then I saw that this particular so there's a, I don't know, you see how you open your normal chupa. This one is different. This is very different, and it is different because it cannot be allowed to be exposed to air because the fuel will evaporate. So there's a certain what, I won't say switch, but there's a certain smart valve mechanism where it needs to. So for someone like her, she will need to understand valves, not entirely, but at least get a rough idea on valves, how they work, on even the plastic, which one is the best. So these are the consideration, or these are the things that are important to learn. Because it will be very hard for you to translate what the users want to now to your engineering team without understanding. So if you tell them, no, they just need, you see that kachupa we have, now just modify it. Just modify it like this. Like you need to have some certain terminologies. Yeah? That nini, you see that nini? No, you have seen that meme. Ladies are just pointing to something on the bonnet. Is it a bonnet? Saying that nini is not nini. Uh, understanding how tech works for that industry. For example, blockchain. It will be very prudent if you are developing a blockchain solution to understand how blockchain works, the genesis even of blockchain. I'm going back to Satoshi's white paper, if you have the time, the different blockchain layers. Yes, there are different blockchains. It's not only Bitcoin. There's Ethereum, then there's NIA, there's a lot of blockchains and technologies. Even IBM has one. So it is very prudent that you understand how different tech works. So a good product manager reads widely. Yeah, you have to read widely. You have to understand things that some people will find like, why? And you have to be very curious. If you are not curious, man, it will be tough. Okay, it will be very tough. And also another skill that you require is empathy. Actually, that is the biggest. Empathy means, okay, empathy. Empathy, what does empathy mean? Empathy. You see, You can use that. Sympathy means I know how you feel. Empathy means I feel how you feel. You put yourself in their shoes. Okay. Let me see if this is much more clear. Oh, some looks like some psychedelic stuff. So if you are you have a background in guidance and counseling, you have one step ahead in being a product manager. Because you learn, you know how to listen, you know how to. And if you are an empath, maybe you've done those personality tests, one step ahead. But again, yes, you have compassion, you understand, you can put yourself in their shoes because you will need to immerse yourself. So for again, DoorDash, they had to, because none of them were in the restaurant business. So they immersed themselves into the world of the restaurant owners, understood their problems. So that's another skill. Where is the mouse? Right. Yes. Now, some of the roles and responsibilities of a PM. This is where it gets very technical. So there's the one seat there. You will see a seat. Be it's a road. Oh, by the way, don't worry. Take notes for your own memorization, but I'll share the slides. Yes, so the roles and responsibilities. I hope everyone is settled. So this is where it gets technical. Build the right product. Build the product right. You can have the perfect idea, validate it, but you need to build the product right. You remember the MVP part? You don't start with legs, then you add an engine. You need to build it the right way. In research, this is a good visualization so that you can just think through it. Engineering, of course, talking to devs. Design, yes, designing. Remember the wireframes. It is prudent that you learn how to do wireframing. Where's my bag? This is your life. Let me show you. See, you want to do product management. Show you your life. This will be your life. No? This will be your life. Yeah? Papers, having papers. Yeah? This is where it all starts. I mean, yeah? So you draw, think about the different features that you want to have. Then you translate them into a digital medium. Meaning, ever heard of Figma? Yes, Figma. Yes, yes, yes. Figma. Perfect. Yeah. Blaskit. Like this one. Blast. Yeah. I just know it is. Can't remember the word. So, so take notes. These are the tools. So there's this one for wireframing. Then there's another one for now highly prototyped. Then there is a, you see, what are wireframes? You can learn that from here. They have done even a video on a wireframe of YouTube. This is very interesting. Eh? You see? So just to show you what actually works in the real world. Eh? So take note, that word is very difficult for me, but hey. So yes, I think this is some of your favorite parts. Eh? So again, different types of products. So we have B2C, uh, direct. Yes, yes. By the way, you can ask questions as we continue. Yes. Continue.
A question on your training. In the presence of a designer, product designer, to what level should the PM be for the wireframe?
The wireframe. Again, it depends on the company and how you guys have structured yourself. So, and also the roles. So, say your designer is in charge of, okay. Last year, I worked with a group of designers. We were doing, it was like an open source project. So you were how many? Those designers and developers. We had like 7 designers. Even with 7 designers, I had to do what I have done. I had to draw and take photos and send them so that they could understand what I mean. Because they were like, what do you mean? A system that what do you mean? So most of the time, your wireframing is to express that idea much more better. Now their part is to now digitize, or if you can use a digital mini, even better, because you'll share. So this is what I meant. You share the link. Oh, okay. So this is what you offer. Then they clean it up. You realize they are better than you in terms of design, and you appreciate it, of course. So again, it depends with the company and how you guys have structured yourself. But it is very prudent that you this wireframing. These are good skills to have because it will make things work faster. Because when you see an image is worth, I mean, 1,000 words. You know? So our framing is half of that because it's not a full image, but at least you have cut down the words that you need to communicate. Any other question? Yes. Volume.
Oh, sorry. So can a prototype be an outcome, like for a wireframe? Or can it also be an outcome of development before you get to the I'm trying to get the blend between the difference
between.
the clear difference between
So what is a prototype and a wireframe? Okay. So a wireframe is a representation, a sketch. So even for physical products like bicycles and cars, so you've seen car designs. Have you seen? There's a Netflix series on different designers in the world, and they feature the car design and how they sketch. So even for physical products, they start from a sketch. So that sketch is what you can say in terms of digital products. It's a wireframe. Now a prototype, for again physical, maybe using a physical example would be much better. So it could be like a model. Architects, you see how architects build like a model. So you could say that is like not a reference, it's a prototype, because they have considered even the measurements. So it's like now scale this bigger. So that will be the difference. Yes, continue. Yes.
Okay, so mine is about the role.
Mhm.
So where do you like see like the connection? Because they usually like a project manager and a project manager.
Mhm.
Where do you see like the connection between them, or is it like you have entirely different roles but do the same thing?
So let me save my opinion. So this is what has been happening in several companies. You find that they sometimes hire someone hoping he will be product manager, but yet they want the role is for project manager. And the difference is management is all about timelines. It's not about the word is tactical. It's not about the tactical day in, day out, user feedback, talking to users, getting back the requirements to the team. No, it's about timelines. So, umefika wapi? What is the budget? No, we need to cut that budget. Yes. Yes, the scope of the how many months do we need on this particular unit, and how much money and how much resource in terms of humans, labor. So that's project management. But in terms of product management, it's the product. It's not about the overall. For example, like a product manager, you cannot fire someone. You can't. Well, again, it depends, but you are not supposed to fire or hire. You can be part of a hiring committee, but you cannot like jamaa hafanyi kazi yake, fire them.
But then where does the difference come in when it's in terms of the business aspect, not the technology and
So
because you mentioned that the project manager also does like the budget and what agree with that. What gives the difference when it comes to the product manager? That they also like say we need this and this resources and
for they can ask again, say I am working for me a tech startup in Kenya. Just give me one. My Bible. My Bible. Honeycomb. Yes. So I am working for Honeycomb. I am the product manager. So my work is to focus on the product, app, and the features that need to be the app, and how those features are helping users to achieve whatever they need to achieve. So I need to send money to maybe someone in the US. So it's either they use blockchain, correct? It's either use blockchain and avoid a lot of regulation and whatever, or I use MoneyGram and process takes you how many days. So for Honeycoin, they are solving that money back and forth with someone not in the same jurisdiction. No. Yes. Now the project manager will be obsessed, will be in charge of. So, you are building much as a product manager. So how much money will that take? You need how many devs? Hey, 5. To do what? Me, I'll give you 3. Okay. So how long will it take? So that's a project manager. It's not that he doesn't care about the product, but that is not his job or her job. Yeah. So again, it's I find it is like a syntactical issue. The words are very similar, so even the roles are kind of similar, so it confuses people. Even me, I was like, so what? Why do we need another? So they are mostly dealing with the business side of things. Yeah. Yes.
Can't you phrase it in a way of hierarchy? So your project manager is basically above you, and the project manager is above you, and he's now or she is the dispenser of resources in the company. So when you as the product manager want to maybe shift into a new direction, you work with your team together, and then you approach the project manager in order for that project manager to get rid of features.
Yes. You could put it like that. Again, it depends on the company. Some companies, a project manager is there's a system they use. It's called what? Where it's a flat. They assume everyone is equal, even the CEO. Don't know how that works. Yes. Vertical flat hierarchy. It works in some places, in others. So in some companies, a project manager is the same. That is the perfect example I could have used. Yeah. Yes.
And also, it depends on the structures you're saying and the type of company you're in. So, if it's a software development company, you might find they may play the same role because of their structure. But if it's a service industry, you find that a project manager oversees, let's say, the installation of something, they oversee that. But you as a product manager, before it gets to the project manager, you have to ensure this product is complete end to end.
Yes.
So it basically depends on the industry and the structure of the company that they play different roles.
Yeah. So again, it depends. Oh, and by the way, as a product manager, your best answers will start with it depends. Because it actually depends. And key thing, context. Yeah, context. It will make sense as I continue, but just remember context. That is the key word. Context. Okay. So let's not play a game, but let's do some exercise. I want you to name B2C products, Kenyan startups, B2C. M-Pesa. Honeycoin. Jumia. We can debate. I see someone doing this. Red tab. Debatable, yes, no? No, B2C. Okay. Now, product directly consumers. Basically, it is the business dealing with the consumer. Yes, Coco. Zuku. Yes, unless they sell to businesses. What if they are both? Is it possible? Yes, there are products that it's B2C, B2B. Okay. B2B, business to business. M-Pesa for business. Hulu. Udu. Odo. Allah. Wallahi. There's another one people are forgetting. Starts with a Z. Zoho. Uh-huh. Well, they have branches, but no, it's not. Litkab, yes, because they provide corporate. The last time I checked, they provide corporate rights too. So say this is a company. So the boss wants to hire for us cabs, so they pay to Little Cab, then we can always use Little Cab paid by the company. So it's a B2B. You could say it's a B2B, B2C because the consumer. Well, we will debate. We will debate. Enterprise software and Microsoft, not Kenyan, but yes. Or SEP. By the what they provide, I see the billboards. I see the billboards for software for banking. New Zealand clunky softwares. Everything is there, just there. And also core banking. So enterprise is mostly for banking. You could say Zoho is here. Oracle. What else?
Do we not have a thing?
I think we don't. I do not know. I am not sure. Cloud, yes. Because they also provide CCTVs. At some point, security. So yes, IoT.
Not say e-citizen.
The company that has created the citizen, yes, but not the platform itself. The company that has provided that citizen, they get paid how much? But so which product do you guys want to build after realizing that someone is getting paid? Canaan. They like school management systems for universities. Yeah, you can say that. Africa Stalking APIs, yes. APIs, Africa Stalking, Quick API, Daraja. I'm very in need for Daraja. Is that? Does it work, by the way? No, I'm just. Yes. Oh, the vast version. IoT. You say Safaricom. Many Kenya hatuna IoT. Let's go back in the day. Used to be one in IHAB that provided internet on buses. Brick. I think there was another one.
Schneider.
Schneider.
So the base has taken all of 6 feet particular one. Sorry.
Wow.
What is IoT? Internet of Things. Yes. Any device that is connected. So if you can switch off my car from my phone.
That's IoT. Yes. True.
So
you can switch sockets.
Yeah. Okay. Use case is those houses where like the small rooms or blocks. And there is one user that's when you take into the system. It's one user for the owner, but then it connects with everyone else in that field. You make your payments through that one. So how you will connect with that.
Okay. It's like tokens, but for small scale. It's token system, but for many residents. Yo, the combination of both marketplaces, C2B, B2C, C2B, B2B. Facebook, the one that everyone fears to buy from, but yet you find yourself buying from. GG. Hey, the prices are good, but kidogo, you have to be uparada. Let's meet where. Wacha hiyo simu ikae. Wacha hiyo iPhone ya 50K ikae. Jumia, yes, because I know they work with businesses. Anything else? Shop zetu, watu wa fashion. Shop zetu, yes? Yes, they work with retailers, and also Figure, they work with the one that's winter came. Market Force, Reja. Pick up Mtani. Actually, Pick up Mtani will be here because they facilitate between businesses. Well, I think they might be B2B. You know why? Because they are dealing with the business, so they are a function to the business, not the person receiving. So the person receiving is just receiving the product.
An individual is something on an individual, not a business.
You are a business.
I'm not a profit.
Sole proprietor. You could not a company, but sole proprietor. All right. So you will discover that there are two types. Well, not let's call them types of APM. So inbound and outbound. One focuses on market research, competitive analysis, strategy, road mapping. They are very, they won't deal much with selling the product or how the product will be presented out there. So here, I think you've seen on LinkedIn, growth PMs. In that role, growth PMs. So they belong here on outbound. They belong here on outbound. Mostly are here because most companies have a selling department, a sales department, digital marketing. Someone here, digital marketer. I have, yes. So companies, this is the most common role, but there are other companies where so there's another topic in product management where you develop your product in a way that they can sell it, can sell itself through referral links. So it's called growth hacking or product led growth. So you've seen, remember how Uber got famous to me a referral, yeah. So use my referral link or code, I'll get some discount and you also get some discount. So that is, some strategies that you use to go into the market and incentivize people to start using your product. Yes, so these are some of the, if you are interested in a career in product management, these are the different roles. So this product owner, we'll talk about them later. Chief product officer, this is if you're starting a startup and you're the one in charge of the product, mostly you are here, or you've been hired because you have experience in product for quite a while. Product manager, this this is the most common. Product marketing manager, and then the one that I was telling you about. So they are in charge of coming up with features that would make it easy for the product to market or sell itself. Okay. Now product owner. I was wondering where this question will come, so let me bring it. So you will find a product owner is mostly in charge of the backlog, prioritizing the features etc. If again a company has both a product manager and a product owner, again these are the likes of these are big companies that do that. But for the most part, startups, you are one guy doing everything. You are just a juggler, as it will happen, you know. But for big companies like Safaricom, that's how they work. So there's Scrum teams. We'll explain what Scrum is. We'll explain what Scrum is. There's some feedback somewhere. Hey Faye, could you mute yourself, please? Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay. Yes, responsibilities of a product manager. It's common, eh? Setting strategy, define the product vision, roadmap, and long-term goals. So I talked to my users, I came up with a product. So what is this product strategy or vision? Basically, we start with the vision, then we strategize from the vision. Eh? Roadmap means what are we going to build and when. So what do you prioritize? And M-Pesa came in. What? Oh, by the way, let's play another game. Eh? Who remembers the first version of M-Pesa? And who was M-Pesa serving the first time it launched? Who are the customers, initial customers?
Guys from Sharks.
Anyone? Anyone else? Yes, so M-Pesa, yes?
Yeah, just it's on top of water sharks. People from Nairobi sending money to those back and forth.
Exactly. So that was like, so they had two sets of users to serve. Eh? One, the husband who has been working in Nairobi and aliacha familia mashambani, and they need to send money for school fees and upkeep, correct?
Yes.
Or to shosho. Children, mother, or father. So that was the first iteration. So it had to exist in Nairobi or urban areas and in shacks. And that's how M-Pesa grew, because they were serving two sets of people, and geographically it had to spread for it to work. If you have been following the Nini grapevine, Michael Joseph said, if we do not achieve 1 million users within, I think, the first, yes, see which one, and that's that's how it grew. Because you'll find like some products, you need something called the network effect. The network effect is basically, for example, like Gigi and Jumia. You need both the sellers and the buyers. So mostly it works for a marketplace solution or product where you need like a lot of people working together for business to happen or transactions. We will talk about roles and responsibilities. I think we've done this. We went through the other one. So inbound customer research again, business case analysis, positioning, road mapping, yes, so the outbound launch, right? How to launch, messaging, sales tools, etc. Those are the most, don't worry, you'll get the notes. Now, the DNA of a PM, what will they be doing most of the time? This gives you a clear a clear example of what you'll be doing, the things that you need to hone on. Communication, especially if you are not the founder of the company. You need to really communicate with the founders because they have entrusted you to build a product or continue building the product. Most of the time as a PM, you will find a product that exists unless you're just starting from scratch. But most of the time you'll find a product that exists. Your work is to continue improving the product. So communication to who? To both. So you hear the stakeholder management, stakeholder. If you look at the roles on LinkedIn, stakeholder. No wonder who is this taking holding. It is both the customer as well as the shareholders of the company. Engineering, again, technical skill, just understand some basic, understand how an API works, understand what is an API to begin with, and how it communicates. Business acumen, how will you can build a very beautiful product, but there's no way of monetizing, or the people that you're selling the product to don't have money buy your product or pay for your product. So you are a very good product developer, but a very bad business person. Design, again, basic, so that you can explain to your designer, I need this, I need a share button, there needs to be a share button. This is the justification of why etc. So most of the time you'll be communicating to the team as well as your team, shareholders and the customer. Defining product strategy. Oh, by the way, this all AI generated. So this is a new tool, I like it. So product vision, determine the why behind the product. So why does M-Pesa exist? Why does ukifika pesa itaingia? You remember that feature against Kukula Fair? You remember? It's discontinued, but it existed. Oh yes, okay. Oh, it's too much. Okay, no worries. We can take a break. Come up with questions. We are almost done. That time has gone very fast. We are yet to finish, but don't worry. So yeah, it takes a few minutes. Pigo na baridi, pigo na jua. So guys, Who's John? Just a moment. So yes, if you maybe you arrive late, the washrooms are on the first floor. So yeah. So anyways, can we watch a YouTube video? But yeah, you can ask questions before we continue. No worries. And you're free to just unwind. We have been talking for 2 hours.
So, what you say about the key takeaway? Projects.
Hi guys. So in case you want to use the washrooms, there are two of them. One is down here in this room, and the other one upstairs.
Oh, okay. What would you say? Yeah, I've got what's on the so I'm what I think I should apply. I initially began a bunch of startups. Place. I think one of the words is like a startup. But I mean, when I was contacted, I just more than just so it was actually a stroke one. So you are so, yeah. So those are people would come up and surprise. Such a very lost crowd. I've always wondered why escrow services especially because sometimes I don't know what is in the job is if you get a certain amount of money I will use for it. So I sometimes like escrow things to use really help but I don't really know how to go about it. At the point of course, making a decision about so
All right. All right, all right, all right. My people, let's go back. I hope you can see me. I'm on the dark side of life. At least hope the break was worth it. Akili imepumua. But I'll try to go very fast because we have a lot to cover today. A lot. Yes, so maybe I can do a rundown very fast. Product vision. It is the why to your product. Why does your product exist? To solve what? To who? Okay. Again, target market. Who is your target market? Quick one. It is very prudent that you, when you're doing, when you're coming up with a target market or customer segment, it is very important that you focus on the motivations as opposed to the demographics. This is what I mean. Let me see. King Charles and I think Charles and Rockstar. Demographic. So there's a certain meme. Again, me and memes. So I think you've seen this somewhere. Where is it? Hello. Wallahi, habari gani? So both of them. So when you focus on demographics, on the image. So both of them are male. Both of them were born in 1948, raised in the UK, married twice, lives in a. Both of them live in a castle, wealthy and famous. So when you focus on demographics, you can get lost. Okay, so it's better to focus on the motivations, and what is the other one? So we can be in the same demographic, but my problems are not his. Okay? So, and what I want to achieve are not the same as what he wants to achieve. Mwalimu ambaye amesweat bwana. Anyway, so yeah, this is something to note and keep in mind. It's not forbidden, but it's something that inaweza kuwa tricky. Okay. That is instead. So product positioning. How is your product different from the others? How is your product different from the others? Doing the same thing. How is market force this different from Wasoko? Wasoko, anyone? Wasoko? Wasoko, Wanyanya? Hey, msiko hivyo. Wasoko is a startup in so Wasoko is a startup in Kenya that does what? Oh, by the way, I would recommend that you check out different startups, what they are solving, which industry they are in. Yeah? Just it will give you like it will show you which industries people are not innovating around, and then you can ask yourself why. Okay. So if you want to start a startup later on in life, you can just it's a good thing for you as a startup, for you as a product manager to see how others are solving problems. Check out their apps, download. I have several apps that I am not even, but just check out how people are solving problems. Okay. Retailers, suppliers, employees. So clearly they are dealing with retailers at some point. Then you can check their story, our story, yada yada. So yeah, differentiation. Determine what makes your product unique. What is the difference between this is an Infinix and an iPhone? What is the difference? I know it's a big difference. But I'm just saying, like if we are servicing the same market, how will you differentiate yourself from the rest? Yes. Product vision. So here is a template that can help you. Vision. What is the purpose for creating this product? What positive change should it bring about to your users? Again, who are your users? The needs that they have, the product, and how you will make money from that. Okay. Vision again. Why are we building a product? The company will ask, what product are we building? Why are we building? By the way, sometimes you observe some products being built and it is not necessary. Honestly, not everything should be built. Hey, you won't cut. Utanipata nikilala. Let me remember one. Okay, so again, how are we building a product? So I was consulting for a friend of mine who wants to build commodities exchange application, and I recommended that they build on WhatsApp. About. Okay, so sometimes knowing how to build helps. So the same way Why build on the web? Why build, for example, why do you want to build an app as opposed to a website? Why do you want to build a USSD as opposed to a website? Why do you want to build a WhatsApp bot as opposed to an app? So you're building on top of WhatsApp. These are things that you need to consider. Now, where will you get that information? Understanding this person, this animal, only a customer. And National Geographic is the best. Honestly, National Geographic is the best place to learn how to understand your customers. The reason is you need to understand how to get them in their natural habitat. You see, typical buying behavior, lifestyle, needs, problems, challenges, goals, and motivation. I know demographics is here. This will help you to at least understand if you're solving for a need. You'll observe when you're doing your data analysis, you'll observe. I actually thought it is the female between the ages of 24 to 30 that have this problem. Actually, from my data, it is showing it is a male between the ages of 27 to maybe 40 that are having this. So demographics, it are, when you're solving for a need, when you do your analysis, you'll realize this will be like an outcome from that. So now from there, you will now start targeting now the males between the ages of 7 to 40, because you've realized that from your observation, from your data collection, they are the people that have that problem. So yeah, product positioning, defining products market placement. How do you sell your product? What do you want people to what was the phrase before the smart network? The better option. Safaricom? From what? What was the other option?
Okay.
Because who started? Who got in the market first?
10%. Cancel or 10% or something like that.
Tulisema sisi miaka yetu. So as you can see, that is how they branded themselves at that time, Silio. But later on, they are the dominant. So better option as opposed to what? You know? Messaging strategy. Wasoko. The word, market force, the word. Besha. Or Duca Plus. Market placement. Identify where your product fit in the marketplace. So you've realized this person has a product and a service, these certain kinds of people, maybe, let me look for an example. How many databases are there? There's Oracle, there's MySQL, there's Postgres. So the question is, who is Oracle targeting? Enterprise, ndio. So yeye hata ashinda akiku sijui you have an app where sijui what. Who are you? So he will be targeting banks, big software companies, ndio, that need to process a lot of data. The matrix, competitive advantage. What is your unique selling point? So you can come up with like a matrix where you see, so this product is here, we are in the same industry, this product is here, this product is here, we are here. If I get time, let me see, competitive. So a competitive competition matrix looks like this. You say open image, new tab. You see, we are learning. As now, you will determine what goes here and what goes there. What are you comparing? Are you comparing features? Are you comparing market share? Are you comparing, yes, market share as opposed to, no, as versus market growth? So what are you comparing yourself with the rest? So if it is a certain feature, then you can know where you lay. Again, this is just a template. Iko sawa? Okay. Highlight valuable. I have ile methali chema cha juza, but in product chema cha juza na bado kinajitembeza na kinauzwa. So you need to insist on your strength. Shout your strengths. This product is, we are the better option. Let me tell you, we are the better option, my friend. We are, hey, okay? So that it can, like subliminally programming your customers.
I have a question.
Yes.
About that. If you're like, our product is the best, will you be missing out on there are some things that you could catch up on? Let's say your customer doesn't know how to use the product yet, but you have convinced them that it's the best. So in their mind, they'll be like really trying to learn how to use it. But what if you just be like, use my product and I see how you use it. So after that, you'll see that it's very hard for them to use, and you might try to make it easier for them to use, so that you don't have to convince them. They'll just use it.
Yes. Everything you said is true.
Yeah.
Yes. You're on the right track. Because again, you find out like someone has a very brilliant product, but people don't know how to use it. Amazing product. People have never heard of it. They don't know how to use it, don't know where to start. That's why it's when you're doing, they are called walkthroughs, where you, when they first interact with your app, they see, click here, go there, do this, do that. So it's much easier for them to start using, and and also doing video tutorials on YouTube. Just record. It is very cheap, by the way. There's a plugin. Right, this is not my computer. There's a plugin you can use. Just record yourself explaining the product, then share. Do TikTok, create like, people will start understand. Ah, so this is how you use it. Sorry. Yes, so I think we've talked about this, emphasizing on uniqueness and also understanding market needs. So it is very, yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
With regards to positioning.
Mhm.
For example, for me, I am in a health tech industry
Mhm.
where we use AI, and you can see like most of our target audience are doctors
Mhm.
who don't even understand what AI does.
Mhm.
How do you best approach that?
Mhm.
Because of the skepticism of AI will replace your job. So how do you best approach that with that understanding that we don't really understand because of the skepticism that AI brings?
Okay, two things. Tutaongea nyuma ya tent. The other thing, with this tool, we will reduce your work time will reduce your work time 90%. Like what you are supposed to do in 1 hour, you will do it in 10 minutes.
But the thing is, for
I
example,
don't
you've
want
gone
to
to
invest
school
my time.
for like 14 years, for example,
Mhm.
and then you're trying to tell them that this thing you've built for 2 years and it's doing what they have planned for 14 years.
So they.
How do you like explain
Mhm.
this is not this won't
Replace them.
yeah, how do you explain?
When you say the AI, AI is a very touchy subject at the moment. Yeah. Devin came in, it was a hoax, but there are other agents, do what? A lot is happening. Oh, by the way, this slide was created by AI most of the time. No, serious. Like all I had was notes and yeah. So don't get
I think the response to her
yes.
is a slide that you have as the vision.
Mhm.
Going back to what the vision that you're in, that you're aiming at, that's to the products that you have. First of all, that's what you're trying to communicate to them. And whether it's going to will AI cut off some jobs here. But then it means that it just moves you to a higher set of work. It's the same as with every form of machine, every form of new technology. It's, we use check it against that. Yeah, it moves on something like that. Right? So it's you communicating that value proposition as a company. The fear will still be there because now you are dealing with a emotional person, and then you literally, from their perspective, they are seeing you cannot take away their place. So it's resistance at first, but you need to show them that no, I am taking this place out and giving you either better or a bigger place.
Yeah.
Could I add on something?
Yes.
Just mostly because I was recently working with doctors and AI, but I think normally with tech products, I came to realize it's very hard to supersede beliefs, internalized beliefs, especially because when we were talking with these doctors, one thing that came out clearly was how well would this platform be able to give the care that they give? A lot of them were feeling like AI wouldn't be able to do that. Those are split 50-50 because there are those ones who are more for it and those ones who are less for it. But what I think is, as part of, product management and stuff is really narrowing down on your client and or rather your user. And I don't think you will have a lot of luck trying to, especially if they're more established doctors they've been in the field for 50, 20 years, 30 years. It's going to be very hard to convince this person to use, this product. So sometimes, as the builder of this product, you just have to keep in mind that many of them will not, okay, not many of them, but there are certain people who are just not your audience. And also in terms of positioning is, sometimes I've come across situations where a product is too good for the users. In terms like it does too good, or they perceive it in a way like this is too good for me, or it's something, like it's just not viable.
ChatGPT, just say ChatGPT.
So if you position it more as, something that it's aiding you, because one of the researches we did, we researched a lot of apps doctors used, and we realized they use very simple apps for their work, things, like doctor dictionaries, which, you just go and check something very quickly. And technically that, it's very, as maybe tech people, it's easy to say that such a small step between that and what AI does, because, on one side, you're going to have to check, okay, this medicine and the quantities, and while you could also just ask AI or something like that and it could answer you. But maybe the positioning of it, maybe the thinking of this big thing that's coming to, disrupt how I deal with my clients, instead of viewing it as a, another tool in the sandbox, it would be like a stethoscope or something for them. So also the positioning really does matter.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
So when it comes to something, let's say like Safaricom, it came into the market, iliingia kwanza, so it had like majority of the customers. Now when Airtel came in, okay, the products are cheaper, but still
It's the other way around.
with the other one.
Yeah.
Cancel. It was
Yeah,
cancelled.
They have just been rebranded.
Sisi kama ndizo tunasema
Imekuwa Zain, imekuwa Celtel, Zain. Yeah.
Yeah, because okay, let's say with the purpose of, I guess even the whole purpose of rebranding is that people don't think we're the same company. So let me use that assumption. So let me scan information. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
It's ownership. Okay. So like, let's say for instance, a company like Airtel, maybe they have cheaper bundles, blah blah blah. Right now, I guess when Airtel money, it's free transaction. There's no transaction fee. But since Safaricom came in and they dominated, as much as Airtel is much cheaper, I don't know, is there like a messaging problem, or how have you ever analyzed those two?
Network effects and something called the business definition. This is okay. The definition is the actual definition is a depression surrounding a castle. So it was used for defense. So when people attack, they have to go through that depression. So this is what the famous investor, Warren Buffett, he asks companies, what is your moat? What is your defense mechanism? So for Safaricom, is network effect. So you have been using, umezoea, mama yako anatumia, shosho yako anatumia, actually shosho yako anatumia, ndio. Mimi shosho yangu anatumia M-Pesa. So for me to go to another network, I have to transfer myself, my mother, my shosho, So the network effect is a very strong thing. That's why the US startups, there's something called blitz scaling. That's why people were trying to do that, scaling fast, so that you get that network effect. It will be very hard for your competition to remove you from the market if you have a network effect. Okay. So it is not the messaging, it is that.
Okay. And the same problem, let's say that she's talking about, trying to convince customers to use products that have AI, that use AI. Is that the same problem with Web3, adaptation of Web3, and that's totally much there.
Yeah,
You might
okay, guys. Can we do this? We will be finishing around 4. Can we do a session for not questions, but those kinds of questions? Because I feel like we need to discuss more. Yani, kuna kautamu fulani, we need to talk about it. But for now, wacha tumalize hapa. But after 4, please don't go. So we have like an hour or 2. After 4, chapter at 6. Okay. Chapter at 5. Yeah. We were supposed to network for an hour between 4 and 5. So, but yes. And these are very good questions. Very good questions. There's something called product sense. Product sense is like an intuition of understanding the different things that are happening around a product, its users, the market, competition, all that. So we are in the right track. Yes, I'm not Nini Sinyongi Ju. We are in the right track. But we will tutachelewa tukianza another program. Yes. So product goals. I think we have no. Have we? So how do you turn visions into reality? These are high-level objectives, very high level. You don't go into details. So remember, you had the vision. Then now, strategy. Strategy is basically how do we achieve that vision that we have. Now we have goals to achieve, which are, you list them down. Now, it is very prudent that you use this method, the SMART goals: specific, measurable, agreed upon, realistic, and time-based. Specific, be very specific. We want to achieve 3% growth, meaning we want to onboard. So we have 100 users. We want to increase our users by 3% or 5%. So what is, do the math? Amen.
Yeah.
Measurable, again, use numbers. Use numbers. We want to be the greatest of who? I want to be the greatest person. What do you mean? Greatest in terms of what? You will be the greatest teach hall, like you can be the greatest dictator. So specific, measurable numbers, agreed upon, meaning you and your team, as well as the stakeholders, maybe the founders or your bosses, have agreed that these are the things that we need. So you will be the one in charge of talking to your stakeholders. So what have we, but it is your job to coordinate all that. Set up the meeting, tell them, I need us to meet for a goal setting, a vision casting meeting for the product. Realistic, to go viral. Your product, you want to get how many users? 1 million users. But you're hosting your app on TrueHost, your website on TrueHost with a subscription of the cheapest nini, you'll crash. You'll crash. So hujafika hapo. And it doesn't mean like hautafika hapo, inamaanisha where you are and how people know about your product, you are not yet there to get 1 million within a month, okay? Unless it's just things happen, you go viral. But again, prepare to be lucky, but don't hope to be lucky. Time-based. We want to achieve this by this time. We want to achieve this by this time. It is very important that you set the deadlines and timelines, because without that, it's just, we're just building, by the way. We are just building. Obviously, we are not. Okay. Yes. So examples, become the top work and data management platform by 2025. So at least you know how your competitors, how many, the number one person in your market, how many subscribers do they have? Achieve the target of becoming a 1 billion company by January. Trustworthy, developing exceptional. Yes, trustworthy application by 2020. So say M-Pesa, they want to trustworthy application by 2020. Because sometimes my messages, and I'm not mentioning names, sometimes my M-Pesa messages don't mean. And there are 3 guys, haujalipa boss. Kwani hiyo M-Pesa yako message kwani reach users by Q1 2025. Right. I think that one we touched on. Now, creating a roadmap. Anyone who has an idea of what a roadmap is? Just a basic idea. Yes. Or say a roadmap is on week 1, this is what we are doing. Week 2, this is what we are doing. Week 3, week 4, week 5, like so. So there is a clear roadmap on what needs to happen at what time and what point. Ensuring stakeholders alignment. Make sure you are not building something that it is only you who is building. The users don't know about it, your stakeholders don't know about it, and they don't agree, even once they don't agree upon, or they don't find it useful. You're not making money from the product and you're not helping the users. So estimating development resources. Now this is kidogo, it's a challenge. It's a big challenge, and determining what time it will take to develop a certain see a developer shaking their head because what you thought it will take, it might not. If you are dealing with other factors like regulation, so you've developed, you want to launch by next year, you go to the government, they tell you, oh, no, matter of fact, we have this law that says this and this. So you're like, wow, okay. So you thought you will launch by next year, but some factors have come up. So this is like a framework on how to prioritize features. So you gather ideas from your team, users, and competitors. Basically, you benchmark. It's okay, by the way, to check out your competition. It's okay. It's okay. Don't need to be a genius. No, nothing is new under the sun. Yes, so there's the ICE framework that you can use to test, not to test, to prioritize your features. we will go through it very fast. Top ideas, detailed user stories. Again, user stories we'll discuss, or because time is not on our side, I'll share the notes. So. Yes. So maybe quick one, very quick. The ICE method. Wow. The ICE method is all about. What is this?
Impact, confidence, and peace.
Yes, impact, confidence, and
Peace.
effort.
Thank you.
Is
The first, description.
yes. Confident and is, or the effort that you'll require. So how big of an impact is that feature? So there's something called the pirate metric. Pirate metric. So most of the time, you use this to determine most of the features. Where do they lay? Will that feature help in acquisition, activation, retention, referral? Because features need to belong somewhere. Activation, retention, referral, revenue. Will that feature increase revenue? Okay. So it's called the pirate metric. You can note it down if you need to. So yeah. Then there's what is called the Scrum method of doing product development. This one is a whole totally different subject, but at least you have an idea of how things work. And let's build. All right. Between now and 3 p.m., we will be building apps amongst ourselves. So without further ado, I will invite my co-tutor called Mr. Dominic Akuje, alafu we move to the next stage. Sawa. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi everyone. Yeah, so my name is Dominic. I don't know if I can use that.
Yes. I feel like I could have taken that question, but before he said that, so you're asking about Web3. What is the problem with Web3?
The adoption rate does not for
There are many different opinions on that. Mine is user experience. Me copying links and pasting just to send money. Double trick. Even if the system is so secure.
usability.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's funny. You might think people want security, but they want convenience, ease of use. So again, those are assumptions that when you're starting to build a product, you have, and you need to go talk to your people, then you will see, hey, I thought, but it was me thought it. So, We can continue with this one. But yes, you said there's another one we had said. Remember that was it. That was
It
the
was
remaining.
like, does it have the same issue with AI? Remember what's the problem?
AI is scary.
Yes.
You know, for a while we thought as humans we are the superior beings because of our brains, not of our might, because clearly you can't fight with a lion, a baboon, or an elephant.
Yes.
So this was our might. But now our might is being challenged by an artificial, not even another species. This is a so kidogo that can be existentially scary. So that is what I think. And also, I mean, look at our lives. What are we discussing here? Work. So there's something that can do something faster, even better. So what am I left with? I mean, we identify ourselves with the work that we do. I'm a PM. Yeah, I'm a what? I'm a what? It's like our identity.
Yes.
So something is threatening our identity. So kidogo tricky. So yeah, that is what I think about AI. Honestly, I think these are some challenges that I don't think well, let me not say civilization, but we can always guess that there was no other civilization with, with an AI. Again, we are assuming.
Yes.
We only know what we know based on what we have seen.
Yes.
So that's what I think. Again, these opinions are not that of Zindua or any other thing. Yeah, so the different technologies, different reasons for the low adoption. Yeah, that's all I think. Any other question? Yes. Mhm.
You had mentioned can I ask this now? Or
Yes.
Okay, so for mine is on the product differentiation and what makes a product unique.
Mhm.
So as a product owner or a product manager, what are some of the aspects and guidelines someone should consider when building so that you don't do unique or produce a product that is obviously different with others. It is not in there.
Well, the question goes back to what problem are you solving?
Besides the problem,
Mm.
besides the problem that you solve.
Now that's now the tricky part. The reason I'm saying it's tricky is because maybe your life is perfect. No, life is perfect, or your life is working as it should. Then me, I'm busy introducing something that you actually don't do. So, for example, I had gone to not market, but to do research on the point of sale system that I was telling you about. You know, there are some retailers that were telling me, but me nafanyanga na hesabu na kitabu. They don't need your solution, but there are others that will tell you, si kuja kesho, kuja kesho. So there's someone who has that need. There's another one who doesn't have that need. So if you want to differentiate yourself, maybe you will observe. Sasa wale wananiambia nikuje kesho to install this software, piece of software ama this tool. Who are they? what is the common thread amongst these people that I can use now to market. So like, I don't know which part of the country you come from, but you see those adverts for Reward and Shama. Or some certain medicine. You hear something. Have you been struggling with this? So what he's doing is making sure he identifies with the problem that you have. Then now he gives you a solution here. So the common thread is that a problem. I know you are unique. It's all about the problem. Yes, I know. It's clear. Because you're like,
Besides the problem, also, that you have identified that there is a problem and providing the solution to the problem. Now, besides that, what should your product focus? Besides the solving the problem, what are other aspects of the dimension that it should also touch on?
maybe communicating, clear communication, maybe.
Not to that. I don't know if you remember a company called Intel. It is now Airtel. So when
So yeah.
yeah, so so when Intel used to be the biggest player, I mean, when Safaricom started coming in and they were struggling, one of the things that Joseph said was one of the strategies looking at it, something as simple as billing. Before, I remember it used to be 25 bob per minute, and what Safaricom started to do was to bill per second. So that means because before, even if you speak for 10 seconds, I'm still 25 bob. But you see what happened here was to charge you per second. So that means if you're talking for 5 seconds, my price will be lower. If I'm speaking for a minute, and that was one of the ways that they used to attract customers from Campbell and people started joining Safaricom. So it could be just the small nitty-gritty. Sometimes it's not about how your product works or whatever, just to see what's your competitor doing and how can we do better. What are the challenges? Well, of course, you understand like most of our users, they are poor, so pricing is a very big, quite painful for them. Of course, things like advertising, you think of like Airtel, it's been like 4 or 5 companies, they keep switching names. But something like Safaricom has stayed consistent with their brand all through this year. So anyone who's coming in has to start over again. I have to now be introduced to. After Cancel was not Zing, or Celtel.
It was Celtel.
Celtel, yeah. So now you start marketing Celtel. 2 years in, Zing comes. You have to start again from scratch. All this time, Safaricom is building on their brand, showing that also sometimes when you keep being acquired, you just have to know the company. Like why do you have to keep branding? So these are some of the small things that you find that companies are doing, especially when it comes to the product. These have to be something too complicated. And the innovation could simply be, as I said, as people are just being, everything is using that technology to say, I'll charge you per second instead of charging you per minute. So I think those are some of the ways. But yeah, that's a way to introduce myself. My name is Dominic Kimathi. So my background has actually been in marketing, and I feel like that actually has played a big part in how I've come to look at how to build products. Because one aspect of marketing, how marketing used to be product oriented. So I'd build a product and convince you how cool it is, and then you buy. But as time was going on, as consumers started getting empowered, they started having more purchasing power. They started demanding for products that they want, and that's why you find that now marketing started to move to customer-oriented marketing. So you look at the customer. What product are you solving? Sorry, what problem are you facing? And how can I solve it? So that's how, for me, my introduction comes in for marketing. Let me just go to what I studied to just kind of being in the path that I came from. So I was in Strathmore, I started BCom marketing, and then I moved to Brazil to study strategy and marketing, just to emphasize and see how can I be able to target customers. Because strategy is one of the biggest aspects of product. And then after that, I wanted to do international management because I was understanding that we're moving to a globalized economy and you work with people. So how do I start getting the nuances of skills that I can be able to implement products, work with teams, stakeholders within international markets and context. And then after that, I was able to attend a program called Crossroads Emerging Leaders Program, which is offered by Harvard Business School. And then after that, I did something called software product management, just to understand, okay, how do I build products? How do I apply agile principles to build this? So I just say most of this was just formalities, to be honest. The real experience comes when you start working, right? So yeah, so then, so my first, actually, this wasn't my first job. I was working in campus, but at least post campus is what I was doing. So I was doing partnership, and so in a marketing agency, a traffic manager, especially a project manager or a product manager. So what you do is coordinate with different teams, look at what the client wants, and then you coordinate. So in our agency called Pulse, used to be a digital marketing. So it had video, editorial, and of course now the sales and marketing side. So for me, it was just to see, okay, what areas can we come up with, what kind of offers can we offer for our companies or our clients, and see how they can be able to go to the market. And then after that, so I worked for a company called Human Cafe Group. I don't know if you guys are versed with the agricultural sector. So NKG is the largest exporter of coffee in the world. It's a family business worth 30 billion euros. So what we were doing, I was coming up to build a platform called Bloom, which essentially was just to loan farmers. As you know, farmers, apart from Safaricom, I don't think anyone was loaning farmers according to their produce. So that's what I was doing. I'd say some of the highlights for me was to be able to disperse $25 million in credits. So what we're doing is we're working with circles and cooperatives because they want to have the big numbers. Then after that, I moved to a company called iProcure. So NKG, I was doing with farmers, but this one I was dealing with agribusinesses, still giving them loans. So for me, I wanted to approach fintech, but I was looking at what are the biggest sectors that Kenyans are in or Africans in general. So agriculture was a big sector. So now this one I came to realize from the NKG with farmers, one of the biggest challenges was getting access to inputs. So that's why when I joined iProcure, I was trying to see how do I bring these inputs closer to the farmers. And then did that for 2 years, moved into Antler. How many guys here know Antler? Yeah, so this was actually me escaping iProcure, got tired of their bullshit. And then so I moved here as an escape. It was pretty nice, and I feel like that I kind of got to understand the world of VC. Because as a product manager, you need to understand, okay, how do businesses work? How can you get investment? What's the runway? And the like. So I think it really helped me shape my skills to what I'm doing now. I currently work at iHub as a senior product manager. So what I do is advise startups. So you can see my journey is literally evolving to what I'm doing. So yeah. Any questions? No one? Okay. Yeah.
You started in Alberta, right?
No?
Alberta,
No. I started here at the start.
but like after that.
So after, so when I was, yeah, so U of A, this was actually during COVID, so I couldn't go there, so I did the course online. So actually, okay, so let me just move on to the next point. So what I want to take us through to the next session is essentially how to tackle products management case study interviews, because this is actually where they actually separate the jokers and the likes. Because you have to actually see, when you're doing an interview, you're doing it online, it's so easy to just bluff around. When I do online interviews, I always have a second computer, so if there's a question, I'm able to Google it quickly and get the answer right. But when it comes to this test now, you can't even chat GPT your way out of this. Because one of the things they look at many things. So I'll actually let me open that. I don't know if you're able to see. So I want to first talk about the skills that we want to assess in a case study. So remember I mentioned strategy, one of the things I studied. So you have to understand, like when you're developing a roadmap, strategy is not about what are we gonna do, why are we gonna do it, how are we gonna stand out. Basically that strategy. User-centered design, I think this one is fairly everyone knows that. Cross-functional leadership. So one of the biggest jobs of a PM is to provide leadership. You don't have to be a leader, boss, but what the time is you have to lead teams. There's a vision you guys are going for. You have to convince people of what you want to do. That's a very big aspect of product management. And then, of course, data. What will you do without data? How many people here come up with features on assumption? Your CEO wants something, you've seen a cool idea online and you want to implement it. But then you have the data to actually understand and say, this is what's actually needed. That's on data. So, of course, the first skill is problem solving. So, are you able to identify a problem? So, one of the things different case studies will give you is like product X, you want to improve on something, or look at a product or just anything that you want to improve on. So, that's identifying the problem. And of course, once you come up with a problem, you're going to have to explore options. Okay, I've seen the problem, so how are we going to solve it? Are we going to go which direction? So, that's why you look at exploring the options. And of course, after that, you select the best solution. But before you even select the best solution, you have to be able to come up with a story, right? So what story is this? Like, think of like most products that you have, there's always a story. M-Pesa is a money transfer. When you were saying that how people bring in solutions like, are you facing this problem? So it's a story they're trying to build you to capture you in. And of course, stakeholder management, as I said, you work in different teams, customers, stakeholders. So how are you able to get the buy-in of all of them? And then customer feedback. How do you get customer feedback? How do you know what problem it is? How do you get feedback? So you can either have quizzes or do you talk to your customers? Do you listen to them? Do you assume this is what they want? And then the third skill is user empathy. You have to create user personas for your product. So, for example, let us use like Zindua as an example. So there's a student, but they all have different aspects. Maybe I'm looking for data, there's PMs, other courses. All these are different user personas. They're also different level of their skills. So someone is coming off campus, someone else is trying to pivot, they're already in their career deep. And then conducting research. There's two forms of research. Qualitative is more on the above surface level stuff, and qualitative is more about the numbers, the metrics. So, and definitely the last one is now the strategic thinking and decision making. So, have you done your research, which you talked about before? Your decisions, are they being driven by data? Have you like conducted research? So, okay, 40% of our customers say they buy this, 30 say they wouldn't, 10% don't even like it at all. And then, of course, financial analysis. Does this business make sense? The main point where you're being here is to drive revenue. So if all your solutions are going to make money, it doesn't really matter. Some of the solutions will have, the market is so small, you'll be wasting money, right? So this is one of the best aspects of it. That you're able to develop a business model that actually works. Reduces the unit economics. There's words like ROI, return on investment. So you also have to go for the resource that actually gives you the most return on investment. So any questions there?
The last statement on you have to go for the result that gives you the highest return. It's universal.
I think so.
It's a trick question.
Highest return on investment sometimes not just only money. It's also how you saving resources, right? How much effort does it take to do this? How much, of course the money part is big. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's just the ROI. Like, where should I put too much effort on this to get a little return? Is the juice worth the squeeze? This level that you're struggling to squeeze, is it being enough juice, right? So that's how you look at it. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah.
In terms of research, most companies usually don't budget for Kenyan companies. Let me speak for Kenyan companies. They usually don't budget for research. They like using the competitor as their main point of benchmarking. So is that a problem that you have ever encountered, and how do you?
So for example, competitive, that's actually part of research. The easiest way that I'm gonna see is look at what my competitor is doing and see how I can improve it. So that's an easier way. But sometimes, and that would depend. If we don't have customers, I'd go to look at what my competitors are, my competitors' customers. But if I have customers, why am I not able to talk to my own customers?
Is that you've ever noticed with companies that tend to focus mostly on competitors and not the customers? They already have the customers, they just maybe don't listen or.
Really are those that it's really cutting. The market share is really competitive, and the market share is also really small. So you either have to look at what do I do, what's my competitor, especially if you're not the market leader, you're always gonna look at your competitor and see what are they doing. If I'm an Airtel, I'd always look at Safaricom and think, oh my God, how are they doing things? Even Airtel is a good example. For example, when M-Pesa was rolled out, how long did it take Airtel money to come in? So, and you can tell why people who are looking at competitors, what they're doing, why they're always lagging behind. Because you find like companies like Safaricom always doing R&D. And at the end of the day, it depends on how the leadership is, and it's our job as product managers to convince leadership or stakeholders who are managing up to be able to convince them of, look, this is why we need to do things this way, this is why we're losing. And research doesn't all have to cost money, to be honest. Any other question? Oh, the question online. Let me see. Let's see what's happening.
Oh yes, they can hear you, but they cannot see your presentation. How is this? Oh, they're asking if they will get the notes. Yes, you will get the notes. We will do some small exercises. Where do we start? Uno. Count up to 4. 1,
2, 3, 4.
1,
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
3, 4. 1, 2,
3,
4.
1,
2,
3,
4,
1,
2, 3.
4. Ngoja wewe. Nani jipo hela?
4.
3, 4.
So we all ones will work together in this exercise, all twos together, threes and fours together. In short. So type of one.
Yes.
Yeah? If you're one, so I want to teach you guys into groups. So groups of 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you can interact. But you can do this later. So please remember your number. I want you to do a simple exercise. So what we want to do, so Ty was really against me presenting this because I always like to present this. But for me, I love innovation, and I always believe that PMs need to have skills where you're able to bring down monopolies, right? I think that's the best. You think of all the biggest solutions, they're able to bring down monopolies. Think of the Facebook, the Netflixes, the M-Pesas have really taken, market share of banks. But it's not very easy to take down a corporate like this, right? So, and one of the challenges, especially for a company like M-Pesa here in Kenya, they really have a chokehold on our economy. These guys are moving billions every day. And how do you get that network effect to your other customers? So this is what your exercise will be. So maybe, of course, you guys know about M-Pesa. So of course, things you can do, spend money, withdraw, pay bills, borrow loans, send money back home to your family, and of course, B2C, being able to trade. So these guys have put 3.71 million customers. And out of those, 32 million are M-Pesa customers. In Kenya, we're 55 million. So you're trying to get these guys, you need to surpass them to be a market leader. So what I want you guys to do is to pick your box. You guys have a network of about 300,000 agents. And this outlet has basically more than 40 times the number of bank ATMs. So not only are you competing with banks, you're also going to compete with M-Pesa as well. And there are over 3 million businesses using M-Pesa. Think about that for a moment. That's the challenge you have to, right? And also, funny thing is that M-Pesa already makes 60 billion in profit. So this product that you're going to build, you're going to have to compete with someone with money, someone who price is not a factor. Because if you're looking at reducing your price, these guys are making 60 billion. They can decide to have 0 charges for 3 years. Remember, your startup has very little runway, as all startups do. But think about this. So, of course, they've been challenging, transactions grew by 32.9 year-on-year. but then the transactions only grew by 14.9%. That means that M-Pesa isn't really being used as it should, right? Of course, the network is outdated. There's always a subpar user experience. And some of the challenges, of course, is like you think of the equity, launching the one, till number. You can see that now they want interoperability. I need to be able to send money from any line. You can buy goods, but still, Safaricom is still dominating. So my challenge to you, let me just go back. So, as a team of disruptive founders, think of yourself as founders, PMs are literally CEOs. Think of a company like Google, the CEO used to be a product manager. Microsoft, the CEO used to be a product manager. So because a PM looks at all aspects of the business, you're literally at the intersection of the business and technology. So you need to understand both sides and understand how you're going to make your product a success. So as a team, so team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4, how are you going to disrupt M-Pesa? So as we wait for lunch, I want you guys to think about that. Think of any challenges you guys have had with the M-Pesa that you have. Think of alternatives. But remember, I don't think price is a factor. So keep away price. Whatever way you go, price should not be. It could be, but just as I'm saying, Airtel is a time I've really reduced prices, but Safaricom is still dominating. M-Pesa is still dominating. So think of ways how you can disrupt. Think of other ways that you think you can capture customers. Think of what's not being offered. Look at even solutions that are outside. And then come. And also, there's also another competitor guys don't know about. People like WhatsApp, Instagram. Slowly they are moving, it's becoming a social commerce platform. And the fact that they enable businesses to have soon, they also have customers to be able to have wallets and the like. So competitors is not just M-Pesa now. There's also those giants. So yeah. So as you go for lunch, think about this. I'm hoping to get some very incredible ideas. So how I want this assignment to be done, I'm not sure how many people have laptops, but in your crew, I just want even just 3 slides, let's talk about the name of yours. So just even draw a mock-up of just how your app would look like. The problem it's gonna solve, what's different, and of course, what features you think that will enable your customers to come in and have. Any questions? It has to be a tech product. So basically, that's gonna be an app. Even if you start, that's also an app. It's gonna be a SSD app. Could be anything, but at the end of the day, what M-Pesa is. Any other questions? Sawa. So for lunch?
Yes. So we can break for lunch. Minutes to discuss and come up with solutions. Just this is think through. Just process. Most of your time as a PM will be processing information. So yeah, just give me a minute.
I can share the Excel PowerPoint as well. Yeah. Thank you. Any other question in regards to this, the format? Any ideas? Does anyone share an idea of what you think? Or just can we talk about the problems these guys are facing? Like, what are some of the challenges they're having?
Maybe just some bits, but network issues, I guess. So that's quite much of it.
Anyone else speak?
Lunch hapa nje, come inside and then also if you're thirsty. So
Karibuni.
Anza kuja kuongea.
Most of those are looking for people. And the solution is an obstructive or specialized field. So you can like put up. You need to like when they are not, because those are the people who are they're in the also in the role of the. And if they don't understand
How did you conduct research? How was research? What is the research?
the thing is, the patient treating them already have, and this system needs you helps to bridge that gap. Because if we are in the methods faster, because we don't have to go do the differential diagnosis, go to the lab, and the doctors who are really good, they have a the patient is the one who's giving the fee, but who is the
So when again goes back to this, you in any shape or form ask the question. You make it like you make it. How do you do that? All of them have different opinions about it.
No, the problem is, they don't even, it's not that they are saying good or bad. It's that they don't understand what's happening.
Why? Because that's why I mean, not only they Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Very great. Because I'm one of those people who have problems. So very everything. So we are very really like then in here, I think that everyone knows so we create something. Like the I think like or you deal with the problem. So addressing the issue. So any project manager product, but I'm not project manager. I think most of them are project manager. Like the project manager of the PA. Because you can have project manager who are more on the commercial side, commercial business unit, then the tech unit. So now company don't have a project manager of the tech side. That's where you come in. Yeah. So I will talk to the users, communicate with the team and the organization that they data the problem. So you personally don't stand on the happy solution. So you just communicate the commission around the research and no communication to the experience. But that is one of the solutions there. Because I understand the design story. The designer understands the user. Yeah. And then which I was going to understand. When they explain the solutions are coming up. I think it's just to take the help. And now we just something that they will say, if not much up to what we have. So, so I've been remembering from this is not good, yeah. Wow, but I thought we have to do production, we don't that long. Oh, I did production last year. Also in the same company, this is something else. Agent management, so who has agent? Yeah, so agent management is development. So he's presenting a company of the agent. It was the thing is that it's not the agent. Yeah, but the thing that it's I didn't have that big I very cheap to customer because it is So, I think the agent management with the next position, but then this provide a partnership product management. Yeah. Trust me, it's longer than that. The show is much more big. Then I was with my friend, we didn't then we gave each other, and then we went out into the you know, 2 hours. And I went in there. 2 hours. That's the bad show. No, it's not. After graduation. I'm just busy going out today. Don't run back. Tell me about you. You know, always everything about me. I go very much. I was that time career with so for me, that's what I'm working in units for the past 5 years. That's what I want to do with my own issue. Because or actually what? Then you put yourself in a different that's so and I'm actually what is something that you're interested in achieving for my own. The digital manipulation was yeah. Yeah, so you can have increases sometimes they improving. Yeah. That's what I was doing. Yeah. Then as an both possible to do that. Yeah. So my house is teaching the analysis and do process of your analysis and then when this PNP don't came, I bring about product. I thought they were then I have to in my house when you just apply into so my head, I'm going to do already developed well, it actually good. I mean, yes, we have to like the right. Go to have a gets for the benefits In most instances, project managers they use actually they do. It's not a project. They deal with team. Yeah, we do charge with this, I need this. And then we are not sure this day, where we need Is it possible this fast like to charge
So what do you do? What up, join meeting? What's the name?